Okay, so plan for today is a simpler project this time. I just want to draw this Captain America's shield using JavaScript and HTML canvas. So basically similar to all the drawings that we did for the Christmas calendar, but this time it's going to be this shield. And the difference is going to be that I want to focus on the details. So not just making something a very simple icon there, but I want it to look realistic somehow. Also, I don't know how good this stream is going to be, like how far I get with this project and how difficult it is to make. Because after I'm done with the drawing part, maybe I want to use the shield in some way. I don't know if I want to use some kind of augmented reality camera stuff or maybe put it on a 3D model or something. I don't know. But it just depends on how it looks like and maybe ideas that come from the chat. And at some point, I might switch projects if this becomes boring or if I finish it in time and I still have energy and I can think. Then I'm going to also switch back to the Strandbeest project from the last stream because the code in that one was left in a very messy way. I coded a lot in that stream and only half of it was really useful. After that, it became very spaghetti. And maybe if I get into some kind of flow state today, then I can continue working on that project. But that one is much more difficult than one I plan to do today. So let's see if I can still move to that one later on. And if I do, then I'm going to leave a link in some content, in some pinned comment to point you to the time where this project is done and maybe where I showcase it and then where another project may or may not start. I don't know. So yeah, trying to draw this kind of item. It's of course circle based, but there is also this star in the middle, so I have to think about that one as well. And then about these details, like maybe some kind of, I don't know, scratches on it or these glows or whatever. I want to also try to make it look nice like that. And then let's see what we do with the end result. But yeah, hello. Mhm. I'm also going to try to test this DeepSeek AI model, but I've had some kind of experiences with it that aren't that great in the sense that it tends to not be available so often. And I haven't installed it locally, so I'm using this online version. But maybe I remember to test it from time to time. So basic HTML. Like this, and title, let's say shield. So, and the body with some kind of canvas there. Let's make it fixed size, like 600 times 600 this time, so that we can work on the quality. It needs to be a little bigger maybe even 800 times 800. And let's call this my canvas and give it also some kind of style so it looks like something. So now we can see it here filling up this space pretty much. And let's have also these developer tools open somewhere here on the right. And I'm gonna make it smaller because I want to fit the developer tools there as well. So something like this, and let's scale them up a little bit. Okay, and now have to somehow think about the size of this item. So do I want it to fit the canvas fully, or do I want to specify a size where I want it to be and its size? So looking at this and thinking about that it looks pretty much like a circle, I could define it by its radius and its center point. That thing would be useful if I eventually end up using it in some way, like maybe drawing it on top of the camera or something like that. Because then it should move like according to where my hand is. And yeah, so maybe something like this would be a good idea. And I'm going to include here a separate script because I want to implement this in another file, maybe this shield.js. So just another JavaScript file next to the main one. And I will eventually use it inside of this body here, another script tag. And I'm just going to leave it here because I don't think this is going to be very big. And I like it that I still see the canvas element from the HTML side here. So I can say my canvas get context and you know what my canvas is because it's defined up here. Just a small convenience now, but usually you should extract these into their own file. And then, yeah, I want to define a new shield, but I want to define it. Okay, actually, maybe it doesn't need to have a constructor, parameters in the constructor, but then when we draw it, we can specify center point and radius. So the object itself will know how it looks like, but drawing it, we specify these different properties inside of this draw method and the context as well. So something like this looks reasonable, I think. Center and radius, let's just give some kind of values for this. Maybe let's put it in the middle of the canvas. So I'm going to say like that and like that. And then the radius, let's say my canvas width divided by 2 will make it full. So maybe we say times 0.4. So we have a little bit of a margin to the left and to the right and top to bottom as well. Yeah, so now we're ready to implement this, and I'm just going to put here a very basic shape in the beginning. Let's just start with the outer circle. So like that. Constructor doesn't have any parameters, at least not yet. But then this draw function specifies where you want it to draw. Normally, I would like the object to know where it is and properties like the radius, but I don't know. If the object doesn't change these properties, like if it's stationary somewhere, then giving the properties to the object means you don't have to recalculate them necessarily all the time. So that's like an efficient thing, a little bit extra memory there, but it can be worth it. I don't know. Maybe we do like that. So let's define it at the center point and the radius, and then if it needs to change, and here we just say draw it on this canvas, and then if it needs to change, maybe we have an update method or something like that. So here we just have the context where we draw, but now we have here the center and the radius as parameters, and we should store them as attributes because now we don't have them here. So we can say begin path, and we can call this arc method. So at the center point with this radius and then the full circle. This controls how much of the circle you want to draw. And stroke. So does this work? It does. It makes this circle appear there, but there are no details at the moment, and it's, well, just a circle. And you can change these properties like where you want it to be. You can offset it to the left a little bit if you say here 0.4, and this is now going to touch this left side here. But I'm just going to leave it in the middle. So it's possible to generate these shields at a different place. Updating them, we'll see later when we need to do it, if we need to do it. But now let's try to figure out how to draw it. So there are, I'm going to take this one here as a reference because it has somewhat some kind of details already. So it seems to be something you can actually buy. Yeah. And an outer ring, I'm gonna call these rings. An outer red ring, then a silver ring, another ring, and the inside it's a circle, this blue circle, but on top of it, it's a star. So, yeah, have to think how we want to draw this. Maybe it's wise to start with the outer ring first and then move inwards towards the more complicated parts, let's say. So there are many ways to start to work on this project. For example, we could draw a full red circle, and then this gray ring here can overlap that circle, so it makes the outside look like a ring. That's a simple way to go about this. Or you can actually draw these rings as they are. So that would be maybe a little bit more complicated. And I think the trick of drawing circles on top of each other might be worth to try. Let's see how it goes. So the first thing is going to be, I'm going to put a comment here, outside ring, outside red ring. So, fill style, we set it to red, and then we filled this outside circle. So now here, this looks like that. And the inside one, so I need to know how big should this red ring be. And for that, I think I'm going to eyeball it, maybe. So somehow, just looking at this, it kind of looks like there would fit 5 of these rings, or actually 4 rings and then a small circle in the middle. If we ignore this and we would continue this ring pattern, then that would be one way to measure it. So maybe we say here ring width, and this is now relative to the radius. So radius divided by 5 if we go with this idea. So 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one would fit here, and then I think we just have a circle in the middle. Something like that. Okay, and greetings. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna draw the star very similarly to how I did it in this in the Christmas calendar. I think it was the first thing we did in the Christmas calendar, but it's gonna have details. So after that, I have to do some more crazy stuff. I don't know. Let's see. I'm curious how realistic I can get it to look by just these mathematic operations and other things like that. So again, today I'm gonna try to draw a realistic looking Captain America's shield. I'm gonna take this one here as a reference and then use it somehow. I don't know how I'm gonna use it yet. It depends how my brain works. Haven't been able to focus that well in the last few days. But maybe showing it on top of my hand on the camera, or maybe trying some 3D, like putting it on top of a surface that looks like a shield. I don't know. I'm leaving it open, and let's see what you guys come up with in the chat as well. And after that, I might switch to this project from last time, the one with the Strandbeest. But let's see, that's a difficult one, and I want to focus on this first. Okay, so we could calculate inside white ring, silver ring, begin path, and now this one wants to calculate for me a new radius here. Let's say silver ring radius like that, and be specific here like so. Yeah. And now if I'm going to go here and refresh, this looks like that. And the other ring, an inside red ring. So I think I can call them like that. Inside red ring. I don't know how it knew that I'm going to need an inside red ring, but this code completing Copilot seems to be of help. I also don't like that these lines are getting quite long. I'm going to take out here X and Y because they are clear what X and Y stand for. And now I'm just going to replace this center everywhere. I mean, I can remove that part of the code. So looks a little bit smaller like that. And yeah, this is good. And for the inside, I'm just going to call it blue circle. So yeah, that's pretty good. Begin path and blue color and fill. So this looks about right. I think it's fine. And if it's not, then playing with this value here. Like if you divide by 6, you're going to get a bigger inner circle. To me, it looks like we got it right the first time. So something like this, it's okay. And now to draw that star. So I think I'm going to take it out as a separate function. This draw is becoming very long already. So star radius. I'm actually going to set it to be the same as the blue circle radius because it seems like it's touching here. And by radius, I really mean the distance from this center point to the tip here. If it would be a circle, that would really mean radius, but now I'm using this word in a little bit of a weird way. The reason I'm fine using it is because we are not really drawing circles here because of the pixels and the discrete nature of these screens here. We are actually drawing near perfect circles. And in this case now, you can start drawing polygons. Like we will start drawing this star as a pentagon. If you increase the number of edges in a polygon like this, eventually it starts to look like a circle. So when exactly it stops looking like a circle, that's when you shouldn't really use the word radius there. But I mean, I'm fine with it. And I think many people use it to mean half of the diameter or whatever. Diameter like width or height, something like that. Anyway, overthinking variable names, but this star radius, I'm going to say now this draw star at xy star radius, and maybe color can be a parameter, but I don't think I need more than that because let's put it silver. I don't want to put more parameters because this star is pretty much fixed. It seems to have 5 tips, and somehow this angle here seems to be fixed as well. So that's how it looks like in real. And it doesn't make sense to somehow parameterize this to have variable number of points or whatever, because in this specific project, the star always has these dimensions, these kind of properties. Yeah, inner radius and outer radius. Yeah, so if you think about the circle, the star inscribed in this circle, then yeah, you can use the word radius. And you can also think about these points as being on this other smaller circle. And inner radius makes sense. It's basically the length of this line that appears drawn here. But let's see. So how do we draw this star? And also, it's worth to think, do you want this method to be accessible from outside this object? Because I don't think we need to. And in that case, this draw star can be a private method like this. And now we can start. I don't want to do this because it seems like a lot of hard-coded things here, and radius divided by 2. We already got somebody mentioning inner radius there. So basically, accepting code like this is kind of prone to figuring out what this means, what that means. This is probably that inner radius, which makes logical sense to call it in that way. I'm just curious how it looks like if I accept this code. So let's see what happens here. Okay. Very interesting as well, because when you think about drawing a star, It's a star. It looks kind of like a ninja star, like those shurikens. A little bit, like maybe this one here. I don't know. But okay, if you want to know how to draw a shuriken, then look at this code. But it's not doing what I wanted to do. So I'm gonna remove it, and I'm just going to say here points. Let's set it to 5, and then start angle. I don't think I want to do that. I just want to loop from 0 to points like that. And for each of these points, I want to calculate the location of the tip. So the angle, this is fine. So this angle calculation seems to be fine. It takes I divided by points. So we get here a fraction, a value between 0 and 1. But circles are measured in radians, or I mean, angles are measured in radians or degrees. So this is scaled up. And now we could get I think here I want to pass this center directly, or wrap x and y as as an object like this, because I want to use x and y here in a different way. So here x is going to be relative to the center. We offset it by this angle times the radius. So something like this makes more sense instead of saying x1, x2, or y1, y2. So this is the coordinate on the star that we are trying to draw. And let's put now a small dot there, maybe. So yeah, something like this. And fill, and let's see what we have. So refresh, and this is what we get. We get now some dots here at some kind of locations on this blue circle, because the radius that we use for this star is the same as the circle itself. Now, depending on some kind of, like if you want it to point up like this, you're going to have to play with this initial starting point, because here an angle of 0 means here. If you want these to shift so that this one here is going to be at the top, you have to add something to this angle or subtract something from this angle. One thing that I also want to do is multiply this radius by, let's say, I divided by points. Maybe I plus 1 divided by points, because I don't want it to have a radius of 0. Because in this way, let's also divide by 10 or something like this. In this way, you can see the order in which the points are generated. So higher value for this I means a bigger circle, and seems to be this order here, so clockwise. Yeah, so now basically if you want the angle to start up here, I should subtract from this one half pi, which is 90 degrees, and that's going to move it up here at the top. So this is now our starting point when eventually drawing that star. Okay, but this is not the star, this is a pentagon. And if we put straight lines here, that would be a pentagon, and increasing the number of points. So if we put here 50, then this is going to look something like this. It reminds me of those loading indicators. Yeah, yeah, the word radius is fine, definitely. Getting the points, then drawing the points. Yeah, that's also good. So the reason why it's better is because maybe you want to do something with those points before drawing. Like, I don't know, offset them a little bit or whatever. And separating this into two smaller functions, like getting points and then drawing points, it means that this draw star function becomes less big, easier to manage. And it also means that the draw points or whatever function you want to call can be a general function. So now we get points on the star eventually, but maybe at some point we want to draw some other shape. And that means that we have to get the points for that other shape, but then we can reuse these draw points, this other draw points function there as well. So Adit, yeah, it's very hard for me to say that word. um, has very good points there, and maybe we can try to do that. Yeah. Okay. So back to 5 points here, and I will try to refactor the function like that. Let's see. So this is not points. It's a bad variable name. It could be better point count like this. So this is getting points on the star. So something like get generate star points, something like this would make sense. It doesn't need color or the context in this case, just the center and the radius. And this piece of code is the same that we have here, but these x and y coordinates are the things that we will return. So points is an empty array in the beginning. And then when we do have these coordinates, we can push them inside of this array and then return it. So then this code here first becomes points, generate star points like that. And now here we can use the array property length like that. We don't need to have this hard-coded value there anymore. And we already know at the x and y because it's part of this. X and y, we could take it out from the points like that. And radius here is not really necessary. It's just to highlight the points in different sizes so that this makes sense. But I think that this code is equivalent with what we had previously. So if I refresh, point count is not defined. So if I refresh, it looks exactly the same way. But again, this draw star function could take these specific points as a parameter, and then it could be draw shape function or something like that. But now separating this to its own function here gives us more flexibility, and it doesn't put here the logic about how to choose the color of the star and what design to set for the star. Are we drawing the points like this, or do we use lines or whatever? That will be the responsibility of this other function. So dividing responsibilities like this is one way to get your functions more manageable, more understandable. Okay, anyway, the points that we are generating here are not exactly all of them. So I still want to get these points right here. And yeah, I would like them to be on a smaller circle. So they are all on this smaller circle appearing there. And that means that our star will not have 5 points anymore. It will have 10 points. So one here and then another one on the smaller circle, then another one on the big one. So these on the big circle are fine, but they should happen every other time, so to speak. Let's update this to have 10 points, like this. And now this one is not good. It should be not on this radius, the big radius, but on a smaller one. I'm not sure how big should this inner radius be. We have to play a little bit with the parameters to get it to look like there. But then here, decide between the outer radius and the inner radius. And what I like to do here is say here outer radius, like so. And then here, decide which one to use, and call this one the radius. And yeah, we can start with the outer radius when I is an even value, like 0 or 2 or 4 and so on, and then inner radius otherwise. So this value is what we use here. And this should work. So now we are starting here. We're going to move here, there. It's fine. It's okay-ish. I can't tell if these angles are correct just yet. Maybe not, because it looks like here, this seems to be a straight line. But here it seems to be a little bit, like there seems to be an angle, not 180 degrees here between that. But before we say if it's good or not, I'm gonna have to draw this in a different way. So let's use a line for that instead of these drawing the points in this weird way. And then we do a line to XY, and at the end, close path is probably necessary, but I just want to stroke this for now. Close path is going to make a line from the last point in the path to the first point in the path. Like that. And we want to use that color. So fill style, set it to the color, and fill this shape. And now we get this. And this ratio of the outer radius to the inner radius, I think we could use some mathematics to figure out what should it be so that these two lines, 2 points become collinear with these other points. But I think I'm just going to eyeball it, something like this. I don't know if it's perfect or not, but if somebody wants to do the math and verify what the value should be, I'm all ears. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, the speedball submission. Yeah. That one with the zigzag game, was it? And yeah, it looked more convex. Convex is a weird word. Because all of these are concavities. So this would be a convex shape. This one is not convex, but this one moves a little bit closer towards being convex. So I guess you could say more convex. I don't know. I'm not good with these terminologies. But more convex, more concave. I don't know if you can use those words, really. I don't know. Like somebody who is like very thorough with these definitions probably complains about it, but I have nothing against it. I know what you mean. So yeah, but this looks like something. So I have now some kind of shape there. It's decent. So this looks similar in proportions to what I'm supposed to be building here. I think it's time to worry a little bit about these details. So I'm gonna look at some more images here. And I want it to look realistic somehow. So this one looks interesting. Let's try to open the image. This one is also kind of realistic, but if I look at this, it feels like it's made of plastic. I don't know how to explain, but just looking at it, it kind of looks soft around the edges. And then this one here, I can see these kind of fine lines here. Let's see how we would generate those. So this kind of looks like you have made this from metal and then you tried not polishing it but sanding it or something. And then while rotating, those lines are an artifact of that. And they seem to be everywhere. So they are covering the whole shape here, even the star and everything. That's going to be one thing that I would like to add here. And another thing, close to these edges here, I can kind of see each ring going inwards a little bit like that. So if this is the surface of the shield, it seems to go a little bit inside, and that makes kind of a shadow appear here. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Okay. But these are very fine details, and I will leave them for later. Now, there is this pattern on the star, and this seems to be also on this plastic variant. So let's try to get points on a little bit smaller star as well. So here we're generating star points. We are drawing this shape of the star, and I want to draw also another star inside it, but only with lines. So only lines for this inside star. And I'm going to put a comment here, star detail. And I will start with another call to this generate star points, but this time instead of this radius here, star detail radius is going to be almost as big as the other one because it's a little bit on the inside here. But other than that, I'm going to get some new points like so. And with these detailed points, I would like to draw them somehow. And now this code starts to be duplicated. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. We can think if we want to have some drawing helper functions that draw a given path in some way. So here it's a filled path, but now this is going to be a stroke path. Let's say black like this. And it doesn't look great. For some reason, oh, I'm not using the correct points. So I should use these other points instead. And yeah, this looks okay-ish. And so this is this outside shape. Now, if you look carefully here, it seems like this line from the center is being drawn to the outside star, not to this point here. And the same goes for this one. It goes all the way to the outside there. Interesting. So I have to take from the first points, not the even ones. So the even one starting at 0 doesn't have anything like that, but the odd ones have to draw a line to the middle. Okay. So after this is done, and I don't need to check all the points here, so only the odd ones. And that means I could start at 1 and increment here by 2. So it makes the loop more efficient than doing an if statement checking if it's odd or even, like what we had here previously. Here we needed to do this if statement, or in this case, this ternary operator. So it's in one line, but it's basically the same thing. Here we can skip all the even points because we don't need those. And we can begin path, move to center, or move to this point. I like to think move to this point first, because that's what we are processing here. And then we line to the center. Like that. And the stroke style is already black, and I don't know if this should have a parameter there for the color. Maybe it should. We'll see. I think that it's a little bit too much trouble to do it, so we might leave it hard-coded like that. But yeah, these details now seem to be added here as well. And okay, actually in this view here, these lines are white. They are very light in color. Sometimes this glow here seems to be, this shiny part seems to make that line not very visible. But I kind of like this white appearance. Here it looks dark. It looks dark because somehow I think it's some indentation in that plastic, and then I don't know, it causes some kind of shadow there. But this one, for some reason, it brings more light in front. So maybe in metal, this groove somehow reflects more light for some reason. Yeah, okay. So let's switch them to white. And I'm gonna put here detail color after all, but I'll hard code it to white like this. And let's do this. Yeah. Okay, this is okay-ish, maybe. Here, this gray appears darker, actually, in some parts. Like here, it's quite dark. It's darker than ours. So if our colors for the star are going to be darker, maybe yeah. So maybe if we put gray there, it looks a little bit better. I don't know. It also looks like this line is kind of thick, a little bit too thick. Maybe we can work with fractions of a pixel there. Let's see. Maybe something like this is okay. Okay. Anyway, how about these polishing lines, like these very thin lines that are coming from this polishing here, and also these darker lines around these circles. I think that they are important to make. And it actually seems to be like a little bit bright here and then dark in the middle and bright again here. So yeah, interesting. Let's see how we can do that. Okay. Yeah. I want to start with that. So these indentations here. There also seems to be one at the outer edge, making it a little bit brighter there. But here seems to be like brighter and then the inside one darker line there. Okay. Maybe I'm just going to draw white or black lines, but I will use some kind of transparency to them, or maybe some global composite operations. Let's see how it ends up looking like. But let's start to draw those lines there and think about the code a little bit. So now this draw function starts to be quite long. Maybe we separate it as draw rings. So something like that. And this would be this part from here. So ring width is a parameter. Center and radius, I don't need to specify because they are global here. They are part of the shield itself. The colors are something that is a good idea. So we could say here this draw rings, and ring width is a parameter, and then the colors red, gray, red, blue. This is good. So the colors are going to be like that. And now if we look at this code, we see that we start at the radius, but then the radius decreases by the ring width each time. So this whole code is duplicated very much here. And I think that we can do something about that. We can start with changing radius. So I use let here. And now I could loop using those colors. It's not that perfect because it doesn't really make sense to loop through colors and expect that the rings are coming. It would make more sense to pass rings here, and each ring has its own property, like the ring radius and the ring color. But this is okay-ish for this small project. So I'm just going to loop through colors like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this with radius. And after I'm done with this loop, I will decrease the radius by the ring width like that. And the color here comes from this array values. And all of this code is not needed anymore. Problem is the blue circle radius is something that we don't have anymore. So star radius was this radius minus ring width multiplied by 3, I think. And now everything should still work. It doesn't. X and Y here, we just pass center. So now everything still works, but the code became better. And I guess this is fine to be like ring properties, and you see that there are 4 there, and every time they decrease by the same amount because the object itself has that property. I don't feel like we need to specify the properties of each ring. But if this shape would have varying ring widths, then definitely I would group the color together with those properties and pass that here instead of this. It would become a little bit better here. So, yeah. Anyway, so this is now fine. And this draw rings function, okay, first of all, this one became much shorter. And this is also much shorter. And now we could have a similar thing here where we draw the detail after we draw these different rings. So we could loop again so that for each of them for each of them we draw those kind of lines here. Let's start with one simple line at each of these intersections there. So ring detail. And let's keep it, let's make it black this time. And line width of 1. We reset the radius to this radius. And then we do another loop like this. So basically like that seems to be just about right. So now we get this emphasis here with these black lines. But the idea was that we draw first a little bit of a bright line and thicker. So I'm going to go here and say line width maybe 5, and then stroke style white, and then stroke, and then line width 1, black stroke style, and then stroke. So in this case, it looks more like that one. At least kind of. It feels like it's better represented. There are small details here coming from where the light shines and things like that, and those become very hard to model without modeling this as a 3-dimensional shape. So I'm maybe not going to bother with that kind of thing. But this is now too striking. So what I would like to do is have here, instead of white, some transparent value. And it might make sense to set the whole global alpha to some value in the beginning, like maybe 50% transparent. And then when we are done, we reset it to 1. So in this case, I'm getting this detail here, yeah, in a decent way. I think this is fine. Now these parameters here, 5, 1, they should really come with respect to something, because if we don't, then drawing a small shield will have bigger those values. So an even smaller shield. Now these values seem to be covering very, very much. So instead of 5 here, we could use the radius and take from that some property, some fraction. So maybe let's call these ridges, and I'm going to say ridge width, and the ring width can also be used because this is relative to the radius, and maybe it makes more sense to use that one. So let's say times 0.1. And then here we could use another fraction of this. So maybe something like that. It might be too small. I don't see the details anymore. Maybe like that. And maybe this one. I don't know. But now if we scale this up again, yeah, it's too much for this black. So yeah, and also maybe this can be even smaller. Yeah, something like this looks okay, I think. And when it's small again, so those details are not overwhelming now. They're still there, but they are proportional to the original ones. Okay, radial gradient. Yeah, we could try something like that. Let's think about it. In this one, the gradient seems to be here, and then like offset somehow, like the light source. Changing the light source could have an impact on how it looks like. Um, yeah, and here some more crazy stuff is happening. I don't want to go so deep into this, but I'm happy now with these. With this style. I would really like to add a little bit more details. So I really like these lines that are visible here sometimes. These small lines, many small thin lines that are not always the same width and coming from this polishing thing. So I would really like to do that. And I'm not sure what the best way to do it is. But I'm gonna try something. Yeah. So basically, I'm gonna draw very many small thin circles, starting from the middle all the way to the outside. And let's see what it looks like. Um, it's gonna be fun. Um, I'm gonna start with the outer radius, and now while the radius is greater than 0, something radius minus minus. And here, begin path, arc. Okay, a very thin white line apparently. Let's see. Okay, constant variable. Wow. Okay, weird artifact here. I think it's coming from this anti-aliasing. If this would be, in any case, there is around the circle, so we will see these weird artifacts coming around there. If we decrease this by 2, then I think that or by 3, then those artifacts start to disappear. By 5, I think that, yeah, by 5 it just looks like many, enough space here around them. But I kind of want them to be more frequent. So maybe making them very thin. And then let's put something like that. It's okay. But these lines don't have the same width everywhere. And also, sometimes they disappear. See? Like here, this line doesn't exist anymore, and then it continues here. So those kind of small things. Shaders. Yeah, I don't want to use shaders in this one. I just want to see how far I can take the same kind of uh, drawing techniques from here. Because when I did the Christmas calendar, I let you guys like polish the things and implement your own versions of the items, but I left all of them in a not so detailed mode. And now I want to see if I can make something more realistic using the same kind of drawing techniques. So I'm kind of interested in using the same technology there. But sure, you can use shaders. And also you can, I guess you can use this, whatever this is, as a texture to put on 3D models as well. Anyway, so two different things, different widths. But also discontinuing these lines somehow. So how do we do that? To discontinue, okay, first of all, I'm going to put here a bigger value like 5 and a line width of 1 or even 2 and 8 like this. I want to see them clearly because otherwise I'm not exactly sure if what I'm doing is correct because of those weird artifacts. So now I see them clearly, but I would like to modify their widths somehow. So let's say 2, something like that. And now, yeah, so this would give us random widths between 1 and 2. A little bit better. There is more control over them. And now to make them discontinue like that, we could modify these angles here. Like this one. But the problem with that is that it discontinues, well, it does discontinue each of them at a different stage here, but they all start at the same one. So we could do the same thing here as well. But what I really want to do is remove these things and use dashed lines instead. So now these have very precise patterns here. They look like dashed lines, and I don't like it. And they are also very small. Like the length of these lines are very small. So maybe. And again, this should be something related to the radius. All of these should be related to something if you want the object to scale well in different dimensions. But let's start with this one and then think about making it scale nice. So we have these. Yeah, but this dash length, so random dashes, I want to generate here an array. let's say 2 elements in length, and then randomize. This is not really correct. Yeah, this is correct. So basically interpolating between minimum and maximum dash length there. And these random dashes is what I want to pass here. And now they are longer, and they are between this min dash length and max dash length. It kind of looks okay, but I don't want this one to be the same size as this one and the same size as this one and this gap to be the same. So actually, I'm going to generate here many of these, maybe 20. And that means that this and this gap is going to be different from this and this gap. And at some point after 20 of them, they may repeat. Yeah, I think this is fine. Maybe the min dash length can be smaller, like 20. Yeah, something like that. Okay, and then I really want to draw these polishing lines over the star as well, so it seems like the star is also polished like this. That means that this draw polishing lines goes here after drawing the star. Like that. And these are very overly emphasized now, so we can make them better. But first, so how much was this radius? 240, and I want to get here 2 for this one. So this radius divided by 120 gives me that. 240, a min dash length, so I want to get 20 from this one. That means I divide by 12. And 80 from this one, so 3. And now I'm getting the same things, but it's relative to the radius. And this decrease here is also something that should be relative to the radius. So maybe that could be our amount, how many we want, how many of these we want. Or closeness between these polishing lines can also be something. But so it was 240. And I want to get 8, so 240 divided by 8 was 30. And I don't think this makes a big difference. Like if I put 200 here, I think it's gonna look pretty much the same as with 20. But if you put 2 here, then you start to see those repeating patterns, like this and that and that and that. And 3 means that yeah, so I think this space here is the same as this line here. So then this gap here is this gap here. So you kind of see repeating patterns appearing there unless you have maybe 21. Odd numbers means that at some point the gaps become the dashes and vice versa. Okay, and now this closeness, if we put here 60, then we have many of these lines appearing there. And if we put even more, like 100, we have much more of them appearing like that. And now this max width and min width. So okay, all of them started at 0 here. Now it starts to be obvious. I don't like that. So they start at 0. I don't want that to be the case. Let's put an offset. So I think it needs to be negative. It doesn't work, I think, because now they end at that line. So this end angle here we can make it a little bit bigger sometimes. Doesn't seem to work. Let's try with minus here, because I think that okay, they all start here, they go all the way there. Yeah, this is a little tricky one. Any ideas? Yeah, making I think I did the random lengths. Opacity, yeah, I'm leaving that for later. So now when I change the start angle, they don't all start here. If I would change the end angle as well in this way, okay, it seems to look okay, but I think if we add very, very many of them, like no, seems to be okay. I don't see any weird pattern appearing there. Weird, shouldn't it be? Apparently not. um, okay. But anyway, so yeah, opacity. So maybe here I can say like before. Maybe I want them to affect differently. So instead of this global alpha thing, let's set here the stroke style to that. So some are more, some are less opaque. Mm, I don't want full opacity. So now it's between 0.5. Maybe I want it between something and a half. And between 2 and 7 this time. Yeah, okay. And the thickness of these was too thick also. So I think that here we say max dash length is, let's try 10. And then this one here, 20. No, not the dash, the width. So 240 for this one and maybe 480 for this one. Okay. And maybe some of them can brighten. Okay, min width, let's make it a little smaller value here, maybe even 300. Okay, and maybe some of them can brighten and some of them can darken. Let's try that one. So Let's see what happens. Let's switch to so this is the same, but I want this L value to be like that. So now it should give me gray values between black and white. Maybe I want them between 30 and 70. So not pure black and pure white. And maybe now this closeness, let's try more of them like that. Okay, and let's try even more, like 6. And make them even more opaque, more transparent. So this starts to look good. I think that this starts to be a convincing, a convincing looking shield. What do you guys think? Also looks like my screen sharing software is adding some artifacts in the result. I see it less bright here. Interesting. Like I think on YouTube the black might look much more black. Hmm. Yeah, I will try blending modes. Let's see. So you want the middle part to be more to show these lines appear more somehow. Oh, okay. Thanks for that. So, uh, yeah, I should sing the intro for that one, but I don't feel like in a singing mood at the moment. Yeah, okay. So these blending modes, I guess these are those global composite operations. So has a nice effect. There used to be some better website that shows them. I don't remember anymore where it is. Which one it is. I wonder why these are duplicated here. Okay, but I think this multiply does a nice job. Okay, now the star detail, this one here. Let's just put some transparent white here. I don't want it to be so strong, this one. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, and now the gradient stuff. So spotlight effect. I'll try. So let's see, spotlight effect. First of all, the polishing lines, this is very messy. So these would need to be parameters here, and I normally don't divide by stuff, I multiply by stuff, because this is like inverse of scalars. So it's harder to come up with name with them for them. But I got it to look like I wanted, and I don't think I'm going to change those anymore. So this is just fine. And what happens if I put a really huge value here? It, okay, interesting. Maybe I do want a little bit bigger value. Okay. I also want to go back to the default. So I don't forget about that. So it was Spotlight. For that, we need a light source. Like, where is the light in the scene? Let's put it at 0, 0 somehow. No, let's put it at okay, I just hard coded somewhere, maybe 300 and 0 is fine. So somewhere more in the middle. Yeah. So the spotlight light position. I'm just going to start to figure out. Okay, it's trying to do something for me. Let's see what it does. Well, no. I want to start with a line from to the center. Like that. So, okay. The line dashes are affecting. The line dashes are affecting there. I forgot to turn those off. So now the spotlight should be on the shield somewhere here. If the okay, let me make this maybe orange. Some people don't distinguish well between maybe this is fine. Between green and red. Yeah, so the spotlight should be somewhere here, right? But if this light position goes somewhere else, like maybe like this, the spotlight should be somewhere here. So somewhere along this line, somewhere. I don't know exactly where. And then it also depends how far it is from this one. So I'm trying to think a little bit in 3D now, but I don't want this to be like accurate, but I want it to be convincing enough. So if the point where the light is maybe here, then it should be maybe around this gray part, the center point. But if it's going to be here, then maybe it should be in this blue region. And if you are in the middle, like if the light would come from the front, basically, then the middle part of the shield should be bright somehow. Okay, but I'm gonna undo this and just consider that I want to put that spotlight somewhere around this line. And this thing that I'm drawing here is just for debugging. Array shown for debugging. Now I need a point along that ray. Maybe using the middle point between the tip here could be enough, let's see. Like that. And let's try now to do the gradient. So does it work with transparent? I never tried. Okay, looks like transparent means transparent black. So let's put here white and give it some transparency, maybe a little bit. I want it to be quite powerful. So maybe just 3 there. And this one, let's make it all the way to 0. Okay, so this is better. Maybe another color stop. Something like this. But I don't want it to affect the background. So if the canvas has a background like this, now the gradient is shining on top of it, and I don't think I want that. So if I put here a red color for this transparent part of the gradient, you can see that it's coloring that place. So I could try again using global composite operations. So now it doesn't go outside that range. Or I could clip that range as well. Okay, so this is one thing that could be done. Let's try also some of these other ones. This looks quite nice, I think. And I think that this outside region here, if it's white, it doesn't impact anymore. Let's try to give this a black. Oh, it does impact. Damn. I think I just clip the region somehow. So I like this lighter here. I actually also liked this reddish effect over it, like a little bit of a color tint. So that's going to make things more complicated if I don't clip that region. So now it's with some blue tint, and I kind of like this kind of emphasis I'm getting there. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is is that, and I don't need that debugging line maybe anymore. Okay, how is it? Getting better or worse? Okay. One thing that I don't like is this shape here. Let's get the debugging line back. Um, this circle here, I feel it should be an oval. Here, there are weird things happening. And I don't know enough about optics to simulate something like this. I mean, I could draw some kind of rays like this, but I'm quite happy with our implementation here. No, I can't move it in the z-axis, but I could make the if this position of the tip of this line is going to move down, it's the same as if, I mean, that's the same, but it kind of looks like um, the light would be coming more towards us. We'll experiment with that a little, but I would like to make this not so perfectly circular somehow. I just don't like this. I see here a circle like this, and it's kind of too perfect, if that makes sense. Here it's nice because this gray area seems to, with this global composite operation, seems to be affected more than the red area. I like that we're getting something like this. But this circle here kind of bothers me. And I think that to fix this, it's not that straightforward. I think we have to move to the midpoint. And now these are basically 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. No. It doesn't work because of the clipping that we did. The clipping also moves. I have to clip now. After translating, I still use the radius, but I use 0, 0 instead. No, why doesn't it work? Oh, was this the problem? Let's undo. Oh, okay. Let's see. I think this might have been the problem. Hmm. Yeah, okay. So this actually works just like that. Um, Now from here, I think I want to scale. If I scale like this, I get this kind of squished view here. But I think it should also rotate, like it's an oval now. I think it should also rotate with this axis. So, yeah. I don't see very well the shape. So I'm going to go here and add the black stop in that gradient just to see what I'm doing here. So the angle here, I think it's calculated. According to this angle here. Okay. Let's do this. Before we continue with this, I'm going to go back to index.html and make some kind of animation here. Maybe not necessarily animation, but add the mouse move event here. So after the shield exists, Oh, I don't need that yet. I just need to draw it at the new light position. Like that. And let's just put it at 0, 0. Or I put the default, whatever it was there. And every time we move, we should also clear everything. So this angle doesn't work. The values change. So if the light source is kind of on top of it, this thing should actually become circular. I think that the magnitude of this vector should decide that basically. Let's see. So this part of the scaling factor. If we leave it 1, then this rotation stuff doesn't have any effect. It's around there. But I want this shape to be more oval the further away we are. So I need to know the distance between those things. And I think I use the radius as something like this. Okay, I need to take a phone call. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. Conical gradient. Yeah, if it might. Let's see. This one I wanna figure out first, and then if another one looks better, then yeah. Anyway, this is decent. Just that the it shouldn't flip. It should extend more. Yeah. So here. Not like that. This difference here. So what was distance? Distance was to the tip divided by the radius. This is decent, but then for some reason here it's so when it's the radius, I don't want it to be 0. I want it to be bigger. I want it maybe half or something like that. So the radius uh, okay. Something like that. And I think we can go with even more if we want the ray to be somewhere further away. So it's not perfect, but it's something realistic, I think. I'm going to remove that black thing there. So, and now the debug, I'm going to set it to false. And those scratches, shouldn't rotate like that anymore. If we want to draw this under different lighting conditions, I think that it's also very computationally expensive. Like every frame, I'm redrawing all those lines when moving this. So I think that the first time when we draw the item, except for the spotlight, I think we can draw all of these on a temporary canvas and then just keep that one. So let's see. Double the radius. Maybe we need a little bit more actually, because the edges will be cut a little bit. Let's just see how it goes. Something like that. And now here, okay, so now it's fast, it's very quick, but something is wrong. Ah, um, this should be the temporary canvas. So this canvas like this. Let's rename it to be more specific. And same goes for everything. Okay, it's okay, but the star is there. So here we're reusing this draw star. This is fine, but this center should be here. Okay, I think I'm happy with this. And can the shield move a little bit in space? Let's try also that. Move the shield a little bit in space to see if it looks good there as well. I'm not going to tilt it maybe, or I don't know. Let's see. Okay, I think it's convincing enough for me. Oh, hello. Welcome. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. I'm kind of happy with it. Now I don't know what to do. Should I do something more with this, or should I try switching projects to the Strandbeest? That one. I'm kind of happy with it as it is, and code could be made a little better, but I don't. I think it was more like an experiment to see can we get it to look good, and I think it looks decent. Um, some things could be a little better. Maybe that conic gradient could be tried. Repelled from the mouse. Oh. And two from top to bottom and animate the spotlights instead of the shield. I'm not sure what two from two conical spotlights. Ah, okay. Let's see. How does this conical gradient look like? I think I would like to have, like, if somebody wants to play with this, it could be a nice, clear idea because here it looks like that. So in this example, but then this other one looks like what we did. So it kind of depends a little bit on preference, I think, and I would like to do it. It's just that I think that it's I'm happy with it as it is, and if somebody wants to try the other one, it's a clear experimentation path. Yeah, so I don't think I do that one. Um, and I think one light source is enough. Hmm. Maybe adding rotation ability capability here. So It's a little bit more dynamic. But I mean, making it tilt or I mean, unless I use this texture to cover some 3D body, I wouldn't like to implement here some tilting on this code base. But of course, you could use that texture that we draw on the temporary canvas to texture a 3D model. It's something that we could do and it could be tried. This spotlight would be something that wouldn't be part of that one, but then the scene would have lighting and whatever. Hmm. Yeah. Let's add this, like if it's the debug mode, we can also add this temporary canvas. Here. So we get the texture at the bottom. Yeah, spin, maybe. Let's see. I'm this image as and I forgot to use this AI until now. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Yeah, suggest solution to the repel thing. I'm thinking what to do with it. Really, um, I have some ideas, but Okay, let's test. Almost. What happens if I disable the controls? Okay. It's doing something. Let's see if adding the controls back works now with the live server. No. Okay. So that one didn't work. I think that they are. Okay. Maybe not. I don't see the orbit controls there either. I don't think this is gonna work. I can't copy this part. I guess I have to copy the whole thing. But it looks like a different path this time. Okay. So maybe if I just change the path from this one. Okay. So something is there. But the texture is not applied in the proper way. Let's see if it can figure it out. Tracking the cursor and making an isosceles triangle with it as an edge. The other two lying on the shield. Ah, okay. Yeah, but squishing the shield, should it squish? I thought it's supposed to be that thing that it doesn't it's so strong that nothing breaks it. This vibranium. Ah, okay, I see. Nice idea. Yeah, I think I got your idea. Let's see if it's correct. So so if the mouse is here, um, and then it's approaching that like this. This PowerPoint is horrible. Why? Why even when I adjusted it, it didn't do that? Ah. It keeps the orientation. I'm going to copy it and paste as an image. So something like this. Something like that. The other side bends outwards. Like that. Let's see what we got here. Doesn't seem to work. What was the explanation? This doesn't do anything. How about cutting the sphere differently? So maybe this kind of approach works also, but it doesn't seem to be understanding the coordinates very well. So I don't want to change this UV mapping, but let's see. Okay, how about disabling the light? Um, shouldn't there be some default light? Hmm. Okay, I don't remember how that is, but Ah, wait. These controls are not rotating the object. They are the light still shines in the same place, in the same way. The scene is being, or no. Yeah, I guess this just has to do. So my sphere is not well generated. I wanted it to. Hmm, Oh, I think the light is actually. I think I am actually moving the scene around, not the object. How about if the object rotates also? So, Is it now? It's working. Okay. I don't know what happened. It just decided it stops doing sound. Okay. Okay. So now I don't need that rotation anymore. Ooh. Yeah, I liked this very. Okay, but this wrapping is not how I want it. So I want it to start here. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't allow me to put the image there, but maybe it gets it from the prompt. This mesh basic material is something I want to keep. Almost. I'm just doing some trial and error. I don't remember well how these UV coordinates should look like. But I think this is an offset here. So this just makes it like that. This one, I think it's the offset in the other direction. And I think I want it with minus. And now from here, I don't think this needs an offset. Mm. Yeah. Phew. No, I don't know how to do this. So this was the recommended thing. And if I just leave there U and V, then it looks like before. But if I do a minus 0.5 for the V, no. I just don't know how these work. What about flipping them? No. Okay. I know. And if you don't practice these very often, you really forget how to do it. I haven't used these in forever. Well, this flips it, but it just makes it upside down. Now it's right side up. It shouldn't flip it. It should do something else. Okay, this squishes it. What if we leave the whole sphere? Is it easier to understand in that way? Yeah. Okay. This is very annoying because it looks like changing the sphere properties hmm, is affecting how this texture is applied. What if I try now -1? No. No. I think I will give up. So I wasn't able to do this part. I'm quite sure that if somebody who knows this texture mapping well, they could do it quite quickly. I'm gonna leave that one like that. Actually, I could. Hmm. This one here. I think I just give up with that and maybe go back to what we had previously. So this 2D mode. I think this 2D mode was just nice. And now I'm thinking about using this camera here. So let's make a new chat and I'm going to create a new file here, camera HTML. And I don't know when should I press this button. Should I have pressed it before, maybe? Or I don't know. Yeah, I've been getting these quite often. Um, and I don't have it installed locally, so one more try, and if it doesn't work, then that's it. I have to do it by hand. Okay. That's really good. Yeah. This is basically telling me I don't know how to speak English. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I know what it does. I've never used it before, but I've seen demos online. Okay. Okay, so I have a different camera here. Why not? I'm a rebel. Yeah, I think it should work, but the image maybe doesn't have any blue in it. Let's see. Hmm. Nope. Okay, something starts to happen now, but so what it was doing, blue above that. Yeah, I think that these thresholds are going to be hard to define. We had some better ways of doing it, more reliable somehow. At least there was this uh, marker detector that at some point I implemented in this. Mhm. Okay, it was looking for two markers. So maybe we just don't do that. Oh, okay. Distance function somewhere. It was using it. Okay. Can I mark them somehow? Okay. But these are gonna be nothing if they don't detect anything. So okay, so we have to do something like something like this. Um, okay. I think the canvas is gonna be resized to be the size of the video. Um, DeepSeek was talking about something like that. But I think before that, I want to. It's a hack, but I want to just give the canvas a big enough size so that the resolution of the images that is created is high enough. Maybe that. So then that happens like so. I don't want this offset appearing, so this is just the center of the canvas. Rotation will not come from there. just radius and position, and maybe this we use at some point. But here, so when we have these values like the angle and the center, I think that this is where we do that. It's kind of glitchy. Where did that? Ah, the light is there. Okay, the light is there. Interesting. Nice. My light is there. I mean, that's where the window is. So that should be that should be maybe where it's coming from. Let's move it to that direction. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why the audio is dying today. Okay, so I think I have an idea where I might be able to find another one of these marker tips because I don't have enough blue on this side. I need a second. Yeah, back, and I found another one. So now I have two of them, and I think that I can take this tip away from this one and put it here. And I think that this is going to give a more stable thing. Yeah. Let's try also this, reducing even more this size. Okay, that's fine. But this scalar that we are calculating, so hmm. Yeah, and I want another canvas, this some large canvas where I showed the video in full. This I put here the full video size, and then on the large canvas I do that. So when I refresh now, where is the large canvas? It's here, but it doesn't show anything. For some weird reason. I don't know why. It should show it. I don't know, but it magically worked. So now this one in the background just does the processing. Maybe we don't need to show that one. But then here I need to scale back from the small one to the big one. So these were just debugging things here, so I don't need them anymore. But here, when we update the shield, wait, we are doing that saving, translating thing. This was debugging again. Here the center, so I want a parameter for how much we are subsampling there. So like that. Okay, and we need to divide by that one here. And here. And then the size, this distance, we divided by the same thing. Okay, now it's very big there, but I don't want to draw it on that one. I want to draw it on the large one. Okay, and it's maybe a little bit too big. So this distance between the points that I'm using here for the size, this is some weird scale factor. So this is not great because it's related to the shield's radius. Let's not have a hard-coded value there, but have this. Yeah, I think this is fine. And now I can tape it to my hand. Very great. High-tech Hollywood effect. Okay. Yeah, that's really great. The light doesn't work because I did this stupid hack to I can't think now anymore about calculating size, fixing the shield itself. So I did this hack where I didn't have to calculate so much. But the problem is that now the light rate tip is not, the light position is moving with the shield. So it always looks the same. And this is very annoying because we did make it work nicely before. And let me remove this opacity. It's nicer when we see it like that. Okay. So I'm gonna have to hopefully figure out this one here in an easier way. Mhm. Okay. Some light changes happening there, but okay, so this was supposed to be. Huh. Okay, so 0, 0 means in the middle. Why is it glitchy now? Okay, I think that threshold can be bigger now. So maybe 30. Okay, I was playing with the threshold before and it wasn't good because I was having this how do you call it? I didn't have both of those marker caps. So now with the 0, 0, I think okay, now this doesn't work at all. It I don't think it should be multiplied by the size there. But now it's stuck on the left there, and I should really correct it somehow, like depending on this center, I think. Okay, something. But okay. Okay, now it's coming from where the light is. Does it also... Okay, now this microphone is blocking this camera. So... Yeah, I guess this is now convincing enough. But it doesn't rotate. So if I could get that this 3D environment to work, that would make some things easier. It does rotate like this, and that light is a little bit convincing. So if the frame that you are making is just this uh, this forward facing frame, then that's fine, and the light is okay. But also tilting like this doesn't work, and it wouldn't work with just 2 points here. We would need the third point. And maybe the size difference of these points could be used for this tilt. Yeah, it would need much more work, but I'm happy with this. And I think that this is how I leave it. and I remove these debugging things. So that, and the other canvas, I don't want to see it anymore, so and the markers detected thing, I don't think we need this. Where is the status? Oh, okay. Or let's put it there. But if they are detected, we can remove it from there. Okay, so I don't know, glitchy stuff. Everything went really nice in the first part, but then again, I think the last hour I stopped being able to concentrate well, so it became messy. And then I tried to do this AI stuff to use DeepSeek, and it worked decently. Here, it was funny to read the explanation there. The other one, we couldn't get that wrapping of the texture to work perfectly. So I gave up on the idea to use that. But then this shield here, I'm the most happy with this. So I'm surprised that it can look so nice with just some simple, simple drawings. And also this light, it's I think it's convincing enough. Now this one here, it's not that convincing. So I'm not that convinced about it. The colors are a little bit too bright also, and because it doesn't move at all like this, it gives it away very quickly. The light is fine, but I mean, if you hold it, if you move like this a lot, it can start to appear convincing again. But yeah, as soon as you do a kind of motion like this, then it starts to become uh, un unconvincing. So it only works for some special coordinates, special position orientation of the hand, and then hand orientation like this, you would need a third point. And for this, you could do something if you take the size difference between these maybe. So at least one of these tilts you could calculate quite easily, but these are not looking the same from all angles, so that's also going to be a little bit not so nice. And because we don't have this some easy to use model and rotate it in the scene, we would have to do quite a lot of calculation here to make this one look like a dome, like a squished dome. But yeah, I'm happy with this. What do you guys think? I'm just going to stay here on the chat maybe a few more minutes, 5 more minutes, and then I'm done for the day. Let's see any other things happening in the chat. I guess you can hear me now, right? Yeah, okay. I didn't miss anything, I think. Mhm. Yeah, and I won't have enough brain power to do the Strandbeest. But maybe some other time. Hmm. Yeah. It's much more reliable now than let's see with giving a little bit more resolution here. Maybe. Yeah, this is better. Before it was sometimes fidgeting like that when I wasn't moving my hand, but now it looks okay. And I think that the processing is fast enough. So yeah. Hmm. Yeah, funny. Okay. Stressed. Why would I be stressed about coding this? I mean, um, if it would be something work related, then definitely stress comes when you have deadlines and stuff like that. But here I'm just having fun, so I'm not stressed. Mm, yeah, but this is okay. I think so. Hmm. I don't like this green screen behind me. Maybe I think it's making the colors too many colors. We have green, red, and blue, and I think this screen now is much more uh, appealing. But the colors are a little bit too bright, so we do have parameters for those. So in the shield colors, I don't know where they are anymore. When we draw the rings, red, gray, red, blue. So gray is fine, but the red and the blue, maybe they could be a little bit more pale. So maybe like that. And the blue, let's see. A little better. I don't want to add too much red to this one, but green maybe a little more. And let's try with some blue for that one. Let's add also some green. It's becoming too purple. Okay, now it's a little bit more kind of realistic colors compared to what else is here in the scene. Yeah, something like that. Okay. WebStorm. No, I have not tried. I haven't tried, but maybe someday. Okay. Yeah. Also, I had I have I had problem with this microphone quite a lot, but also the screen has been glitching quite a lot, and I'm not sure exactly why with this screen sharing. But okay, I want to try also to put this light in a little bit different place, maybe more up. Because I do have lights also on the ceiling here. Okay. Actually, the lights on the ceiling have been more strong than the lights on the window all the time, so kind of makes sense to have it there, I think. And maybe a little bit more up, so 0. Yeah, so now the lights kind of reflect what is going on in the room. Hmm. This light reflecting here at the top. Yeah, I guess something like that. Because the sides, I can't use them. They have different kind of mm, reflection properties. But okay, I think this is it for today. um, it's been like a lighter project this time, and I'm quite happy with it. Uh, I will put the code on GitHub if somebody wants to try out and also maybe figure out how to use it as a texture. That would be nice. But now this is what it is. And thanks for watching. See you guys. Bye.